Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing tonight? Let's see here. If somebody could let me know if audio, video is doing good, I would appreciate that, as always. Very appreciative for any type of feedback. Well, except for the type of feedback you can hear. Well, the bad type of feedback you can hear. I love the ear-pitching screech of a microphone picking up its own signal from a speaker. Let's see here. So, being completely honest with you all, I was setting up OBS and signing in and whatnot, and honestly, I kind of hit the stream button just a little bit early, just a little bit early. So I'm still checking on things, stuff and things, such as how much hard drive space do I have? Oh, we got plenty of hard drive space. Okay, we're so good. We're so ready. We're so ready on that front. Let's see here. What else do I need to attend to? I feel like I'm probably forgetting something, but like, we'll figure it out as we go, right? It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Nothing could possibly go wrong right now. Why is this being weird? Okay, this isn't a big deal. This is just, it's like it's really zoomed in, which it probably is really zoomed in. I just don't know why it's really zoomed in. I appreciate feedback from you, Maria. Any feedback's welcome. It was great having you here in person. Good to have you in chat again. I'm sure you'll be back soon. Let's see here. Okay, I think we're just kind of ready to go. Oh, I gotta like post it more places. That's what I'm forgetting to do. I gotta like let the world know. Okay, chat. Let's see here. Copying. Oh, the challenges of right-clicking when you have a magic mouse. Oh my gosh. Okay, finally actually right-clicking. It's amazing. Meow. You got me to meow on stream, meownochroma or monochroma. Meow. Is this what I have? If somebody types meow in the chat, do I have to meow now? Is that are those the rules? Also, congratulations, Maria. If it'll let me do it. Will it let me do it from here? It should let me do it from here. You are now a moderator. Enjoy all of the rights and privileges that come with such. Okay, I almost got links posted everywhere I want. Just about. Did I mention I really didn't exactly intend to like start streaming when I did. I mean, I was going to in a few minutes. I just like kind of clicked the button slightly early. Let's see here. Oh boy, do I have a link for the SEM hackers. Okay, just posted a free SEM and vacuum hackers, or SEM hackers. You know, I'll put it up in vacuum hackers too. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, free SEM posted. Okay, let's see here. Now that we're done with that slight distraction, but I think it's a pretty good distraction, you know, free to good home microscope. You know, Maria, it's for somebody in California potentially. Where? Why is LinkedIn so broken sometimes? Oh no, Wi-Fi keeps dropping out. Did you hear the part about there's a free SEM in California? Hey, Gene, good to see ya. Love having you here. Okay, just gonna put this up in one more spot and we're really gonna get going here. So let's see here. I think I have to do this one from here. Yeah, I do. Okay. What are you up to tonight, Gene? Anything fun or microscopy related? Oh, it looks like people are excited about a free microscope being posted. That's a... Oh, Martin posted it already. Okay. Did not realize it was the same one. Ooh, video. Is it the plasma cooking video? Let's see here. The plasma frying pan. Plasma, not fire. Oh, that's a fun one. Come on, you can do this. You got this. Totally got this. Okay, I think we got the link posted everywhere, so let's get this show on the road. Let's go to this one. And the chat isn't working quite yet, because of course the chat's not working, because the chat's never working. I still can't believe you have to like manually set up the chat every single time. If there's a way of not doing that and somebody knows that, I would not mind finding out about that at all. So basically with OBS you have to like copy the unique URL. Well, I guess it's for any stream is my understanding. You have to copy the unique URL of your particular like live chat for that particular stream and give it to OBS to be able to render it. Maybe I should be using like a different chat plugin or something, or a different chat service. Hey, look, we got chat. There we go. Welcome to the stream, chat. Okay, so where are we at? We are at, if you look at the list on our right side here, we are at install standpipe. So we got the standpipe cleaned up on the last stream. Thank you, Monochroma, for your help with that one. And before that, we got the vacuum system disassembled and partially disassembled and partially reassembled. And thank you to Maria and Monochroma for that one. Today, though, it is just me. Everybody else is just in chat and just gets to remotely watch me struggle and probably not suffer, but you know, it's possible. So let's see here. So what do we need? What do we not have? Okay, so we got, the last stream ended with this O-ring being found to be in very suboptimal condition. Namely, there was giant cracks on the outside of it. So tonight I am pulling, so this is a ISO 63, which is for me in particular, and it seems like microscopes in general, like just a little bit of an oddball size. Not a lot of stuff uses it, so I didn't have any, well, I didn't have any easy to find spares in stock. But I do have a cryo preparation system on a SEM that's not being used right now. So we are going to be borrowing some O-rings from that turbo pump on that cryo preparation system, because the cryo prep turbo pump is one of the little baby turbos, cute little small turbo. Not the smallest turbo, but a small turbo nevertheless. And yeah, that's what we're going to be using tonight. We're going to get that cleaned up, get that installed, and then move on to the rest of the system. This O-ring is relatively easy to replace later, because where it attaches on the microscope, which is right here, is it's on bellows, and the bellows like kind of pull back away from the standpipe when it's installed, so there's like plenty of clearance to just drop a new one in later. We are basically using like a 40-year-old O-ring tonight, but it's in good condition from what I've seen of it, so I don't think we're gonna have any issues for the purposes of starting up. So we're gonna go on a little adventure. I'll go to the portable camera here, maybe. What do you have to do to get this to show back up on the show back up on the OBS. Oh, you have to plug it. You either have to go out of range, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna go run and grab the turbo pump. I'll be right back. Really, I'll be real fast. Real fast. Let's go get the turbo pump. Back up. With vacuum chamber and the phone, but that's a different story. I think I've got everything pertinent back up here for the stream already. Baby turbo. It's so small and cute. Oh, look at the little turbo. Oh, audio cut out? I was saying so many entertaining things. You learn of the streams from LinkedIn. Well, I'm glad that I post the streams to LinkedIn. Yeah, it has been working pretty well. I wonder what's up with that. Okay, I got turbo. There's the pliers I want. Let's get set up for a good old cooking show segment, shall we? How are you doing tonight, Map Labs? I guess if you're learning about it from LinkedIn and you want to not be, I guess you just gotta hit that notification bell, right? Isn't that what the cool kids say these days? Ring the bell. Ooh, final edits on next paper. Do we get any preview of what your next paper is, or is it secret until it's released? Here, we'll go for that telephoto compression shot again. That was kind of fun when we were doing that for the cleaning up the standpipe. Okay, let's see if I've got that zoomed so that I'm not cutting the top of my head off. Let's see here. The air blaster, that's what I need. Okay, that is a little bit too tall, but or too short. We'll fix that in a second. I'm just going to get the compressed air blow-off tool. I need to get more of the nice ones of those built. The one I like has a particular nozzle on it, and I need to set up a few more of those, so I'm not moving my favorite one around so often. Like, yeah, but there's really... Oh, I bet my microphone may be cutting out again. Sorry if it is. If the microphone's even working, that is. Okay. So as I was saying, this is so OSHA compliant nozzles are basically, you can push it up against your skin, and there's still an alternative pathway for the air to escape, so that you can't cause an injection injury. And some of those just have like a hole on the side of them, and those are terrible because they just they make so much sound, and they don't, and the air that blows by them doesn't like contribute to like cleaning stuff off. It's not great. I do not like it. Huh, as soon as I go around the corner, that's weird. But the nozzle I do like is this one right here. Maybe it'll autofocus. So it's got one channel on the tip and then a bunch around the side. And it does a really, really good job of using laminar flow and Venturi to substantially increase the volume of air that you're moving, while also not being like terribly loud. So I'm a big fan of these. This particular one is, I think it says on it, I used to remember the name. Xair, E-X-A-I-R. That's one of the good brands, and there's another one out there that I am blanking on the name of at the moment. But they've got a lot of different cool nozzles for a lot of different purposes, and I think they work really well. So, okay. Ooh, what's the new paper about? Petroleum testing, not a topic I typically write about, but it is the foundation to reliable operation of modern infrastructure and a necessary piece of the broader story you're telling. To make it more interesting, added 6 cases demonstrating how the same knowledge and techniques used in petroleum testing can be applied to solve challenges in medical device development. Oh, that is really cool. Is this, I mean, if a lot of stuff's made out of petroleum, so I'm guessing that has something to do with it. Okay, so we're going to zoom out just, actually, we'll just go more top down. We'll get really up and close so y'all can see what I'm working on. Are we not in autofocus? No, we are in autofocus. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's, do I have everything that I was looking for here? I think I do. Diesel for hospital standby generators. Ooh, electrical testing and transformer oils. I'm pretty sure that is a topic of interest to this particular community for some particular reason. And more air, so airing dirty laundry. Oh, we love that. Love that a lot. It's always fun. What do you like for PCB testing to find out if a particular transformer oil has PCBs in it? Sylvant, that's who I'm thinking of. That's another good one. Yeah, the Xair is like, in some ways comparable to Sylvant, but Sylvant's definitely got some other exceptionally cool stuff that I don't think Xair quite keeps up with. Yeah, there is some discussion in the SEM hackers Discord today about a original Siemens TEM. I believe it's their first generation, and it's got a high voltage tank on it, and it was made in Europe a long time before 2001 when PCBs were outlawed. So there's some questions about does it have PCBs in it? An ECD detector, it has a cobalt-60 source. Oh, when you said ECD, I was thinking electron channeling device. So what does ECD mean in the context of gas chromatography? And it has cobalt-60. Someday, I think I'll have to do like a video on the history of LabCorp and how that managed to spawn a surprising amount of electron microscopy in the Pacific Northwest. Maybe even tell some funny stories. Bob's stories are always some of the best, too. Let's see here. I had When I started the stream, I was like, oh, I made sure that the tool was up here. Oh, I used it to disconnect the airline, so it's over here now. Okay, there we go. So, electron capture. So then, if it's electron capture, what does the cobalt-60 do? I'm gonna blow, this pump's got a little bit of dust on it, so I'm gonna blow this off away from this microscope. With the ECD, a radioactive source, nickel-63, emits beta particles serving as a source of free electrons. Electronegative compounds within the sample, including halogenated hydrocarbons or specific nitrogen and oxygen compounds, engage in electron capture, forming negative ions. Okay. And then once you get the negative ion charge, then you can use that on your detect the rest of the detector. Oh yeah, just what we want. Like an SEM that has an actual, like, permanent radioactive source. What could go wrong? There is other ways of doing a plasma-based electron source. They tend not to be very good electron sources for SEM. Energy spread and virtual source size being, as I understand it, the primary challenges associated with them. Okay, so we got the clamps off. We'll take the cute little vibration isolator off. Look how short and cute this little thing is. But yeah, photocathode ones exist too. There's a lot of photocathode sources and a lot of development going into photocathode sources right now. Okay, we got our O-ring liberated here. It's a little bit twisted, I'm noticing. That's interesting. It's actually a lot twisted. I can see like the seams like looking like a spiral right now. And then what do we got here on the top of this turbo? A chunk of silicone, and I was expecting more corn, honestly. I pulled a lot of corn out of this turbo pump the first time I lowered it off this microscope that it was attached to. This turbo pump is was on a system, is off a cryo preparation system off of a Joule field mission SEM, and that particular Joule field mission SEM was first owned by Monsanto. So owned by Monsanto, it was used for corn. Lots of genetically modified corn. So that's this thing's backstory. So let's see how this O-ring is faring. Cornography, yeah. It was a freeze-fractured corn, actually. So there was they put the corn in, and then while it's attached to the SEM in the prep chamber on the side, they'd use a little cryo-cooled knife and hit it and fracture it open. And they get some really cool images that way, I'm sure. Oh yeah, there's some chunks of corn and soil in here. That's so funny to me. The corn microscope. Okay, well, this O-ring looks like it's in pretty great shape other than being a little bit covered in soil, because of course it is. Oh, it's not actually rolled either, or it doesn't look like it really is. Huh, interesting. There is a line across the sealing surface that I'm not comfortable with exactly. Ah, man. Yeah, that's a problem. Don't assume you have the spare in stock, I guess is the lesson here, because this one's not. I'm more tempted to use the original O-ring, because the original O-ring didn't have any cracks going across the sealing surface. Either way, if I use this one or the original one, either one's going to have to be swapped out. So go to the nearest macro camera to show you what's going on. So there's some type of just compressed ring. Yeah, we gotta switch to a better macro camera. Making sure the state followed up on Bob's sources is probably a great call. Did they find anything? Did Bob have any orphan sources? I've also heard some entertaining stories about Bob involving the moon. I don't know if we should go into details on that tonight or not. Okay. So here's what we're looking at. So you can see on the, if it would focus, oh, it's in manual focus, so that is what we want though. So you can see on the inside of the O-ring, there's the mold line from when it was manufactured. So that's normal, that's expected. But then kind of going around the O-ring, there's this other indentation, and this other indentation crosses over the sealing surface. Here, let me find it again. This other indentation here crosses over the sealing surface twice, and it kind of like spirals around the O-ring. That's a deep enough groove. I would not trust that to seal. So, Monochroma, I sent you away with the wrong O-ring. I should have given you this one, not the one that was actually in okay enough shape. Whoops. Oh, I thought his XRF was solid state. I didn't realize his XRF source was just a chunk of material. That's great. Okay, so I guess the choice right now is between between an O-ring that's degraded in one way and an O-ring that's degraded in another way. And we're just going to have to make our best judgment call as to which O-ring is going to be the least problematic for us. So here's the one that was on the system. And this is the one that I posted in the Discord that's got the two kind of cracks on the outer edge of it. So those cracks don't actually cross a sealing surface, so that's good. So I'll show this one on camera. Okay, I think I can see what was happening that put the indentation in this O-ring. It was just how it was rolled onto the centering ring. It looks like the marks I'm seeing on it are marks from the centering ring, where it kind of dug into it a little bit. I haven't really seen this many issues with ISO larger O-rings, so there might be something weird about ISO 63 geometry. One more at the cryo chamber. Okay, I'll go check that. I don't think there's another one in the cryo chamber, but I will go find out. Oh, is this a different XRF than the one that he liked to use, or is this the one that was in the weird box on the desk? Okay, checking for other ISO 63s. Just an oddball size. Okay, there's another one on the prep chamber. There's one that came with this microscope. Maybe that's where the spares went. Oh man, it's the right diameter. It's not the right thickness though, I don't think. Yeah, that's too thin. Darn, that one's really close. Just has to be this oddball size. Well, for now, I'm more comfortable going with the one that has the minor cracks in the exterior diameter. Yeah, I said it came off the turbo. Okay, well, I think we're gonna go with the original one for now. We'll swap this out later. We'll add that to the list, and I'll be very careful to not crack it any further. So I think it's time to start getting this thing cleaned up for reinstallation here. Let's get everything we don't need moved out of the way. What do you think, Map Labs? Should we tell the Bob Moon story, or I'm sure there's a lot of Bob Moon stories. He did a lot of cool work on lunar dust samples at the University of Washington, like during the Apollo days, if I'm not mistaken. Don't need these. That can go away. Don't need that one. Do need this one, and I put the other. Looks like I put the other one away when I actually did need it still. No, I left it in the bag. Oh, he was at okay, right. He was at US Steel, and they had what brand of million-volt electron microscope was that at US Steel that he was using? Was that an RCA? I want to say. Okay, there's that pair. Where did I put the other pair? I walked to the back of the shop with it is what probably happened. German, I thought. Okay, so did Siemens make one? Make a 1,000,000-volt scope? RCA was so popular in the US around then. I'd be kind of surprised if it wasn't an RCA. Did I do too thorough of a job of cleaning up before I started and move it somewhere? Where could it have gone? Okay, let me try repositioning the microphone so I can still keep talking to all of you while I walk other places. The other thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to... Oh, why are you confused about focus, camera? There it goes. Very strange. Where did it go? Okay. So we have the outer part. We have the two rings. And I didn't go very far with it. This is what I get for changing plans. They thought we weren't going with this piece, and now we are going with this piece, and we all of a sudden need it again. And if you want, if chat wants to let me know if the microphone is working back here, I'm very grateful. I'm kind of curious if just slightly repositioning the receiver fixed thing. I'm breaking and hurting right now with terrible forms of noise. Ah, I set it in another place. I was looking for more O-rings that fit this size. That makes complete sense. Okay. One more spot for a 63. Well, they do have a few. There's one inside of that tool I know. Oh, I do have another 63. Okay, here we go. Okay. Newer one I can get. This will take just a sec to pull off. Crunchy, crunchy sound. So sorry about crunchy sound. Okay, we found another 63. It's on a much newer turbo pump. I thought it was 100 on that pump, but it's actually 63, so I will be right back. I'm 63s. Don't want to deal with this ever again. I have all the other ones in stock. Well, I mean, I don't have every ISO size in stock, but I don't have the huge stuff. I even went to one of my friend's workshops who has a lot of stuff in stock. They have a whole room of inventory, and they didn't even have one. They had one really weird one. Okay, in great condition. That's what we want to see. Just want to find something to put over this particular turbo that I just took off, and we are in business. Put a glove on it. That always works well. Another question for chat. Can you hear me? When did Costco switch from gray gloves to blue gloves? And does anybody know why Costco switched from gray gloves to blue gloves? I don't. I'm curious. Okay, we're back, chat. Matt Labs, good to have you. Best of luck with the editing. Okay, we have ourselves an O-ring. Oh, it is a little bit deformed. Has very slight marks in the spot that these other ones had very substantial marks, so I'm not that upset about that in comparison. These 63s, there's just a lot of ways for them to get dinged up. This is, I'm moderately entertained, but I'm also like, what is going on? Bye, Maria. It's good to see you on the chat. Good to have you in the stream. Talk to you later. And it sounds like you might be able to get back on later. Hope you have a safe landing. Okay, now we get to do the O-ring cleaning routine. So if you really want to do the best possible job with O-rings, using ethanol or isopropanol or anything on them like that, you do see an outgassing peak from that for quite some time after you use it on the O-ring. Really, the only way to avoid outgassing peaks on your O-rings is to put them in a vacuum oven for quite some time before actually using them, and then to not touch them with any type of solvent before you install it on the system. From the data I've seen, it's my understanding, and this is drawing conclusions from perusing data relatively briefly and not exactly a scientific comparison. It's approximately comparable, if not like a lot better than what you get with like a little bit of oil or a fingerprint in a system. So it doesn't seem to be the largest source of challenges. And contamination on the O-rings is certainly a larger source of decreases in performance than some hydrocarbons outgassing from the O-ring. But it is interesting to think about. And if you really want the lowest hydrocarbon systems, and they do eventually stop outgassing, but if you really want the lowest hydrocarbon systems from day one, you need to be vacuum degassing your O-rings. Okay, and I'm just doing kind of a rough clean on these for now. And then I'm going to change gloves and do a more precision cleaning. And we'll go ahead and just clean all three of our candidate O-rings up here. Okay, I got the coarse cleaning done on those. Bring our trash over here because we're going to be generating some more, sure. Okay. So I clean that, clean the centering ring, and we are in action. Gotta dry my hands off some. There. The advantage of having CDA, you can get fresh gloves on a lot faster. Oh, we're out of ethanol. Okay, gotta refill that. Okay, only spilled a little bit. Have a very clean spot on the cart now. Chat, what is your favorite ethanol or solvent spray bottle? I really like these little things that I'm doing. Really nice and controlled. Doesn't have the constantly drips issue that's like the larger wash bottles tend to. And I find that the larger wash bottles dispense way too much. Maybe I just need to be putting like smaller, smaller ports on them. Cleaning up everything we'll be touching, just to kind of reduce cross-contamination. Let's get our foil blown off. Dental air fluid control gun. Okay. Yeah, I saw. I think that was you who was posting about the dental wash-off tools. What's the reservoir system on those? Like, what's the tank that the solvent is stored in? Okay, a little bit too damp there, leaving behind more solvent than I want to. We'll just position to a drier part. Okay, that's about the right amount of solvent to be leaving behind, to not be leaving behind too many contaminants. Okay, that's looking good. Cool. Let's get that blown off. Okay, that arena's got an air shower. I'll give the other one we're working with tonight an air shower. Okay, those are ready to go. Let's get the centering ring wiped up best we can. There's a little bit more stuff on the centering than I would have thought, considering this like came out of the microscope. That's interesting. Looks like it was only in like a few select spots though. Probably just actually, the discoloration I've seen is probably from the O-ring that was in it. I wonder if the area this is mounted in gets warm during bake out. I could see that being what was going on. This is getting a little bit warm and cracking as a result. Because it is the, when this thing's in bake out, you got this big metal box around the column. So this area probably got a bit warm, is what I'm gonna guess has been happening. Okay, let's get ready for the final wipe on that part. Clean the glove first. So left hand is now the cleanest, and the right is going to be using the solvent bottle and the air gun. Okay, it's been de-dusted. One slow, smooth wipe does the best job of not leaving behind a bunch of residue. Learned that from working on optical microscopes and cleaning the optics with the ethanol. If you're seeing a ton of ethanol left behind when you're wiping, then that is carrying with it contamination that you probably wiped off and just kind of letting it evaporate. So if you go slow and you keep the ethanol contained in the wipe, that does like a really good job of not leaving the contaminant behind. Okay, let's go do our last little blow off and rinse. Okay, that's ready for assembly. So let's see here. So that's clean. We're gonna need. Should do this one-handed. Can you tell that I like using air for cleaning stuff? And I'm trying to install this without rolling it. Or, well, I am rolling it, I'm counter rolling it, and then putting it on, and that way it ends up with no roll when it sits fully installed. Okay, it feels like we ended up with a little bit of roll in it. We did, so we'll kind of cancel, bring that back out. Yep, there we go. Okay, that looks pretty much roll free. Love that for us. Okay, so now we'll hit the centering ring, or the outer ring, which I don't really know why these are necessary on 63. Chat, anybody know why these outer rings are necessary on ISO 63 or other ISOs? Exactly, put it on a roll in order to let it unroll. That is exactly correct. I wonder if there's some plasticizer issue going on. The O-ring is like, oh, it's not exactly a plasticizer problem if it's a rubber, but the O-ring is right next to the goop used for the vibration dampening. Relatively easy to overcompress. Okay, that makes sense. It seemed like it was overcompressed last time, but not terribly surprised. Yeah, there's some gunk in this thing, but this is like an outside vacuum, so it doesn't really matter like everything else does. Okay, so okay, got the outer ring on, and just gotta push it down a little bit to make it happy. There we go. Cool. So that is assembled. O-ring's got plenty of distance above the sealing surface. We're good to go there. Okay, so that's the two O-rings we need for this part. Those are clamps there. This is the tool we're gonna need for the clamps. Got all the bolts there. Let me get the Allen key out for those. Okay, yep, that's the Allen key we want for those. Let's see here. Get the lights a little bit better set up for this so I can see everything I'm doing. Okay, so we're moving out of the preparation stage and into the actually installing it stage. So that's exciting. I'm going to change tripods out here to something that's a little bit more flexible. We're gonna go to a different lens too, I think. So there's where we're working. Actually, you know what? I want this cable over the cart, I think. Yeah, that's way more out of the way now. Okay. New gloves? Yeah, new gloves. So we're starting with a non-vacuum component, and then, but it's a non-vacuum component that's been cleaned up thoroughly. And then we are that one out a little bit. Okay, let's get that plugged in. So, new gloves, install that. Take that off, install. We'll blow the area off first. Should have dried my hands off first. Okay, we'll give this piece one last wipe down. Just because it's going right by, it's going to touch a little bit a part that is in vacuum, though it itself is not in vacuum. Okay, get this blown off. Or general work area off. I love having loads of air filtration in the room because you don't really notice when you do stuff like that. It just takes the dust out of the air so quickly. Okay, so we're going to pull this off in such a way I can put it back on relatively easily. It's going to slide on like that. Okay. Okay, so I got the first part on, so now we need to do some clean handling of that O-ring, get our next O-ring installed. So we'll wipe the gloves up for that. I do want to mention this is very much chamber level clean handling methods and not source level clean handling methods. There I would be wearing clean room gloves and the like. Okay, so that's our first pass on cleaning the gloves. We'll do one more pass. This time our right hand is going to be our hand, or left hand is going to be our vacuum part handling hand. Blow that off. Okay, got our O-ring here. Do our first pass on that. Do our visual inspection. Okay, there is one speck on the outside, but it is outside of the sealing area. Is our ID clean? Sure is. Cool, let's get it on. We're going to start at the hardest to do side first. Very careful to not let it touch the chamber. That's right there. Okay, I got the far side looped on. No, I unlooped it. Let me check, make sure I didn't get anything on it. Okay, far side's looped on. Okay, it's wanting to roll some, so we'll do the pre-roll. Okay, we are on. We're going to move it down some without rolling it, just by pushing straight down on it. Looking good. Okay, let's bring the thing that's going to actually hold it on up some. See how that feels. Okay. Okay, that's feeling like it should. Far side is still a bit low. Let's bring that up because that seems like it's kind of rolling as we slide it up. Yeah, this one really wants to roll. Get a flashlight for inspection. Okay, it's looking good. Let's get the other half now. So we got the standpipe, finally. Let's get the standpipe in. Give it one last clean out. Clean out, blow off. Okay, one last visual. It's a really hard to see spot on it. And I feel like when it's hard to see, hard to reach, that's often when you end up with fibers on it for some reason. Okay, so that's clean. Now there is a little tiny fiber right there. It's not really on the sealing surface. Okay, that's looking good now. Let's put her on. Okay, we are in contact. Okay, I can tell that overall we've got some alignment challenges. That was to a degree anticipated. Oh, actually, no, we're a lot better than I thought. Okay, the foil was kind of hiding that a little bit. Okay, is this sitting on metal? Yes, that is sitting on the metal. Okay, cool, that's what we want. Let's bring our O-ring clamp up. Start threading some bolts in that. It looks so much more like a microscope vacuum system now. The ones back here, I don't know if you can see that on camera. I don't know if I move this, you probably can. The ones all the way back here are really kind of a pain to get to. Love this design so much. I don't really want to torque these all the way down yet. We still want to be able to rotate it slightly as we do the rest of our alignment. Can you still rotate it slightly? Yeah, we definitely can. That's cool. Okay, I'm going to get these two up here in loose, I think. Yeah, I'll go put these in loose now. And then we get to figure out where we stand with respect to our alignment. It seems like we're actually doing pretty good. I think we're doing better than I thought we were going to be at first. That washer appears to be upside down. It's kind of got texture on one side, concave, convex thing going on. I want the concave side facing the metal it's screwing down onto so that it kind of just does that little bit more digging, or digs in just a little bit better. Okay, so if I tighten these right now, what happens? Does it move or is it right where it wants to be? The standpipe really does not move a lot when I tighten these. And it feels like it's sitting right in the middle of the adjustment range on this bracket. So that kind of tells me that I'm pretty darn close to where this thing was originally. And this also sets the rotation on it. So I think I might actually be dead on to where it's supposed to be. I could move the whole thing closer. That would mean I'm extending these bellows less, but the bellows definitely extend far enough. So I think we're actually doing really well on the overall alignment of just the whole stack. And I don't think we're going to have to mess with it nearly as much as I was fearing we would. Let's look at where these things were clamped on previously. Oh, interesting. It was really far back, it looks like. I think we're going to do it right there in the middle, which is about where it was before. A little bit closer. There wasn't so much force last time. I don't mind it being a little bit closer. So we're going to go ahead and torque these ones down, and that's going to kind of set where this thing's going to live. How much this bracket here is deforming. I think this piece here is aluminum, actually. That's interesting. Okay, well, that's where it's going to be. Okay, time for the centering ring. Or a drain pipe, yeah, right? Looks like a drain pipe, basically. So we got those torqued. Let's go ahead and get these ones down here torqued. No, we're going to leave these loose, actually. Because we still need to torque the underside some. So how do we want to do this? I can either fully torque the manifold on the bottom, then torque these, then put the ISO on, or I can go the other way. I can do the ISO. Well, I guess I could do ISO, manifold, then these. This thing should already be pretty much locked down because I tightened these down right where I wanted them. So everything's going to kind of be shaped around where these are. So I don't really see a problem in doing the clamp up here first, because that's going to should just basically be fine. Yeah, I think we'll do this, and then we'll move everything around for the minimum amount of strain down at the bottom. Okay, so for these, I think we're going to basically be tearing the foil off, like splitting. Well, I do want to be careful splitting foil because that can introduce debris when I do that. But I don't really want to be dragging like the unclean parts of the foil across the clean surface. So I think we are going to do the split and just monitor very closely as we do it. Trying to find a good spot to magnet the flashlight on. I don't usually magnet the flashlights onto the microscope, but in this case I'm putting it onto an ion pump magnet, so it's not going to make a difference. Okay, we're going to do the outer one first. Okay, so what I ended up doing is I basically tore the outside of the foil off, and then there was just the clean surface remaining, and then went ahead and brought that by, and that worked exceptionally well. So I'm going to do that to this one. Can you all see what I'm doing here? Yeah, cool. Don't want to blow stuff around inside the column too much, but I do have one spec I gotta address. Looks like I got it. Okay, there is one other fiber I see. We're gonna tweezer that one out. Okay, got that one. I think, let me just make sure I didn't just move it where I can't see it. No, looks like I got it. Cool. Okay. Okay, let's put the O-ring in. Okay, last inspections on everything. Oh, one little fiber. Okay, there we go. Nothing on here. Okay, O-ring is in. Time to bring the center or the ISO clamps in. I'm going to go ahead and hold this closed basically until I get the clamps on, so that if the clamps generate dust, don't fall onto the O-ring. Configuration for the clamps is one on the top and then two on, or one on each side. Okay, I think I figured out why there was so much extra force on the O-rings, is that the ring that goes on the outside of the O-rings is of a smaller diameter than the ISO flanges that were used here. So these clamps are actually pushing on that ring some. So that's probably why it was so compressed, is it had these clamps pushing on it. But the way I've actually got it oriented, the clamps aren't pushing on the part where there's the split. So that should help alleviate this issue some. I wonder why the diameter is larger in this case. They just mismatched the two or something, or maybe it was swapped at some point and somebody didn't put the same one in, but I could absolutely see this being like this from the factory. Okay, let's get this tightened down. might go get a different wrench to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna get a different wrench. Socket's not gonna fit very well either. Welcome to the channel, or welcome to the stream, those of you just joining. We are wrapping up getting the vacuum standpipe installed. And we will shortly be moving to the turbo pump. Right now, we are looking for a specific wrench that will make life a lot easier right here. Those are the metric, but really I think I want the Joel wrench. There's a specific wrench that Joel ships with their TEMs that ends up being very, very handy in spots like this. I think I got it up here, but it might be back with all the Joel parts right now. Don't really know. Well, I think I have one up here. I believe I saw one. Because I have a lot of them. But I could just go get the one in the Joel stuff, and that might be faster than hunting. I'll try the box wrench I got right here. I want to say these are 14 millimeter. Oh, I'm wrong. I think it must be 16 then. $15? Is that what they are? Yeah, it's 16. Oh, maybe it's 17. I hope it's 17 because I don't have 16 on here. Yeah, 17 will work. Cool. Yeah, as you tighten these clamps, they just want to push down the centering ring, or not the centering, whatever they call the outer ring. Well, interesting. That clamp, I guess it is pushing down a little bit. Why is the upper one pushing down on it so much? Is it just pushing on that one side? Yeah, okay, it's only pushing on the edge where you tighten down. I'm having a hard time getting the tool and my hand in here to hold this where I want it. Try using it on end a little bit. And it'll hold itself in place once it's tight enough. Okay, I think I should probably go get a Joel wrench because it just like it has a dog leg kind of offset in it. I'm having a tough time getting all the way on there with the standard box end wrench. Let's see if I do have one on this cart. I I usually keep one in this toolbox too. It's probably at the very bottom of this toolbox if it is in here. Oh, there's one of them. That's the smaller size. That's the 10 and the 13 millimeter one. Yeah, there we go. So this is the wrench that Joel ships with their TEMs, and I love these things. They're great for ISO clamps of all varieties. Ah, but it's longer, so it's hitting the plasma cleaner. But we're still able to get some torque on it. Oh, it works great for this one, though. I think I'm going to move this one down a little bit because I can, and because I can't get this one over here too close to the... Oh, actually, let's see here. Yeah, we're going to move this one down. So I'll still be able to tighten it even if it's a little bit lower. Okay, that's, I think, where we want that one. So you really are supposed to have 4 clamps, or the minimum for ISO 63 is 3 clamps, but the recommended is 4. Because we're just doing 3 clamps, I'm paying very close attention to the spacing on them and getting them equal distance from each other. Yeah, so this one's going to move up some. Actually, this one will probably, if we move it up slightly, we'll be able to get that with a socket extension. That's going to be the easiest option. I will probably need the 2 extensions. I'll just grab that now. Or, well, there we go. We got one. Oh, we got 2 extensions in my hand. Cool. And then I bet... Is that the 17 millimeter on there already? That's the 13 millimeter. Okay, so let's get the 17 on here. Oh, I can even reach it where it is. Okay, cool. Now that we got that, I think we will move this one up slightly too, so we can just do these all with the extension. I don't usually carry a socket set in my field service kit because it adds so much weight, and you only got 50 pounds per flight case when you're flying and fixed in scopes. But it does come in handy sometimes. Just eats too much of the weight budget to bring on every trip. Okay, we don't need these crazy tight. We just want them evenly tight. Okay, that feels like we bottomed out, but not too, we didn't go past bottoming out, so that's good. Cool, those are all torqued. We did it, chat. We got the standpipe on. Well, okay, the bottom's not torqued yet. We still got to do that. I know that for that we need the 13. Let's go do some cleanup here. Okay, so this is where we start to work underneath the microscope again. Actually, let's check in with the checklist. Okay, install standpipe done, fully torque manifold chamber isobolts, and then okay, so we're on fully torque. Now we got to torque the manifold bolts. So that is underneath the microscope work. So let's get set up for that. So we're going to lower this camera down. Okay. Bring some light with us underneath. I think we're good to go. Let's also reduce the number of things that are going to be above my head while I'm down there. So let's get all the tools out of the way. I don't like working with things above my head because potential energy, you know. Not a huge fan of potential energy. Okay, and let's grab also the plier wrenches and the 13mm Joule wrench. I already brought the 13mm over. I think that has 13 on it, right? Yeah, 10 and 13. Okay, cool. Okay, chat. Oh, no, not quite ready. I want the foam pad to lean on. Not that foam pad. I want the softer foam pad. Ah, right, they got put on the pallet jack and the pallet jack got rolled somewhere. Okay, anything loose up there that can follow me? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's do this. Put the tools where I can reach them. Okay, so we're gonna look, okay, let's feel out where we're at with torque on all of these. We're gonna go for just barely in contact. It's a little bit lower than what I got it at right now. The reason for that is so that we can shift this around into the, we'll say the lowest stress state. Lowest strain, probably, a better way of putting it. Okay, I got all those equally loose, so now we're just gonna start feeling it out. Okay, moved a little bit there. I think we need a little bit less torque on 2 of them. Okay, well I got 3 of them tight. I'm just gonna start loosening one of them. So I just want to make sure I got plenty of thread engagement left here. Yeah, okay, I got like at least 3 turns from where I've got it at, so I don't want like each of them to be just barely engaged, you know? That would be unfortunate. Okay, it feels like this thing's moved to where it's wanted to. Cool. So let's get these torqued then. Okay, this is moving up a fair amount. These numbers really do compress quite a bit. I think given that, I'm going to go ahead and loosen the bolts that held the standpipe on. Those 2 at the top here. I'm going to loosen, yeah, step away for an hour and I end up inside a microscope. It's amazing what happens. I'm going to loosen these 2 up here because this whole thing is going to want to move up some. Yeah, I felt the whole thing move up some. Oh, it also moved in, got pulled in by the, bellows. So we're just gonna leave that a little bit loose for now. Yeah, okay, so we do wanna get so the bottom ended up close enough to get everything lined up here. So the reason I left it a little bit loose was I figured I would need a little bit of play to get the top stuff aligned because there was it can move a lot. But what we did is we visually aligned it in the center of the bore and the epoxy granite. And that seems to have actually gotten it really close to where it needs to end up. Or it's, And so we could have probably just torqued this fully from the get-go, given how well lining it up in the center of the epoxy granite worked. I don't know if that'd be the case every time. Like, you know, chamber could be bolted on slightly differently on different microscopes. I've worked on some microscopes where after you take the vacuum system apart once, it was like just nearly impossible to get the thing back together again because something was like warped somewhere. One of those was because it had tipped over in the truck to like a 20-degree angle. Not as bad as all the way over, almost all the way over, just against the side of the truck. But that did a number on that whole thing's frame. I've had other ones that have, to my knowledge, not experienced issues like that, have substantial challenges with vacuum plumbing alignment to the column. This one's working out pretty well, so I'm pretty happy about that. Okay, these are feeling pretty much torqued. Yep, those are torqued. Cool. Okay. Also, welcome back to the stream, Maria. Good to see you again. Glad you had a safe travels. Okay, so the ice is torque, so we just need this. And we might use that to kind of pull on it some. I don't want the pipe touching the, do I want the pipe touching the chamber? Would that like dampen vibrations better? Oh man, that might actually like work better that way. Okay, this is going to be a fun judgment call, chat. I definitely am going to be looking for your input here. Okay, so here's the situation. So this whole piece right here is mounted via these clamps right here. Okay, so that's where the mechanical system will say starts, is there. And it goes down, around, up the standpipe, and to the bellows up here. Now they had vibration dampening on here, around these bellows, and there still is vibration dampening right here. Because there's this big unconnected system, big freestanding C-shaped piece that just ringing is my understanding. And there's these two bolts here that kind of clamp it to this part of the frame, but this part of the frame's, you know, kind of sticking out a bit, so it's a little bit loose too. So earlier I had these two screws here tightened, and that was kind of holding this out. And the reason it was holding out initially because these bellows there weren't yet bolted on, so those bellows weren't pulling on it. So once I loosened these up to allow this whole thing to kind of move up, which actually I'm going to loosen those just a little bit more to see how far up it does move. Yeah, it did move up a little bit. Not very much, but just a little bit. Maybe not very much at all. But when I loosened those, the bellows pulled the standpipe in. So now, if we look here, the standpipe is touching the chamber at the top there. So if I had it how it was originally, which I can do, if I just pull back on the standpipe, it's a little bit hard to do from one hand with this angle, but I can kind of do it there, you see. I can make it not touch. So the question I got to answer now is, should I have it like it was originally, where it wasn't touching? Or should I leave it like it is now, where it is touching, and I've kind of short-circuited the mechanical linkage. And that might be good, that might be not. So short-circuiting this mechanical piece, it should dampen vibrations better, but it's also going to very slightly couple vibrations to the chamber better. So maybe I want to go with a more isolated approach, like just accept that this thing's going to be sensitive to sound or vibration and going to ring, and try to dampen it before it gets to the column, before it gets to the chamber. Or maybe I let it touch the chamber and do a better job of dampening it, but also couple vibrations into the chamber slightly better. And that, you know, I guess this is something I can change later too. I got pretty easy access to these bolts there, and that's what I need to have access to be able to move this around later. So what do we think, chat? Okay, oh, you think silicon pad in between? Not worry about it? So if I'm not worrying about it, do you think I should just have it pulled back from the chamber like it was originally? I'm not sure if there's unintended consequences of me having it touching the chamber, so I probably should just have it like it was originally. When you say yep, what are you saying yep to, Spirit? Are you saying yep to silicon pad between? To having the standpipe touching like the edge of the chamber, basically. The standpipe was not originally touching the chamber. It was pulled out just a little bit. Just enough so that it wasn't touching. Oh, I am background to NT4. I can only imagine what you're working on that involves NT4 right now. Can only imagine. So I'm thinking I'm gonna do it like it was originally with a little bit of a gap. God, any kind of elastomer pad I put in there, even silicon's gonna degrade with time. I'd probably want a relatively high durometer, maybe as high as like 90. Maybe a little bit less, but I don't know. I feel like I always underestimate what the durometer should be for good dampening properties. But I think for now we're gonna put the space in it. I gotta get a new battery for this camera. Let me do that real quick. We all degrade with time. I am currently second monitor content to NT4. How dare you? But this is NT4 for a microscope, right? Okay, so I found the charger, and there's the battery. 'Cause, 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 'cause Dampening, you want low durometer, high loss factor. Yeah, okay. You don't want too soft though, right? Because then you're not actually absorbing anything, really. So I thought it was higher durometer is like stiffer or a little bit like firmer. And oh, the GPIB driver. So sorry. So sorry. Don't know if you can see just how much this can move. Okay, there we go. Now we can get these four tight. Okay, so that's touching the metal. That's touching metal. That's touching metal. That's touching metal. I'll just check these two one more time. Yep. And yeah, there we go, cool. Hey, we can check some things off. So we got those fully torqued and the standpipe is fully torqued. Okay, we can add some more steps though. So we're gonna install the gate valve adapter plate and install gate valve. So I added those to the end of the list, but we gotta do that before we pump down. Can't really pump down with it like it is right now, so. Okay. Yeah, probably gonna have to tune this in the end. Okay, do I want to crawl around underneath the microscope right now, or do I want to do the gate valve right now? Because I can kind of do this in whatever order I want. I'm kind of tempted to do all the work above the turbo pump first, if that makes like sense. The turbo pump's kind of on the bottom, so if anything falls, will kind of go down in that direction. I think we'll go ahead and do the work above the turbo for now. Well, I'm the most set up for the turbo. We'll go ahead and do the turbo now. Unless somebody else has got a really good reason to not. Gonna post a couple of quick pictures to the Discord. Turbo time. Well, Discord time first for a brief moment as a treat. Five pages left to go. So close. Congrats on getting 8 pages done, I think. You said 16. Did you say 12 or 16? Either way, it's not 8. I cannot wait to see the report. Okay, 12, so seven done, over half. Great success. Yeah, I read that you put this, set the turbo to 66% standby mode. I can imagine that is a lot quieter. I have seen turbos in standby, like for some reason, generate more vibrations or generate more vibration in a way that the system is sensitive to. Let's see here. Okay, I think we are turbo time. Vibrations are not a concern because everything else is a concern. That's such a mood. I saw it was the same thing on Phenom. Like on Phenom, it was just turbo bolted straight on because everything else in Phenom wasn't working as well as it could, and then you compare that to like first generation Joule tabletop SEM, and they did a really good job at the vibration isolation design because the microscope actually worked really well and could zoom in like quite far, especially for the size of the column it had. Okay, I think I've mentally prepared myself for turbo time. We will go ahead and clean up everything we don't need. Move that one out of the way for a bit. Okay, so we're gonna need the bellows. I guess technically it's bellows first. We're gonna put a glove up. So this has got one of the O-rings we need. So this is how the turbo gets mounted. So for the top half, we're going to be doing our electrically isolated setup, and then for the bottom half, it's just a little bit of a non-standard clamping arrangement, but it's not that non-standard, so. So we get to use the electrically isolating ISO clamps. And our fancy Edwards, it's held out from the outside because it's clamped together, green and red O-ring. You see these on SCM turbos a lot. And then, let's see here, I want to make sure I get the right side of this thing up. Because it's got a, yeah, okay, so the ground bolt is on the bottom like it's supposed to be. Oh, we do actually have something we want to put on before we put the turbo on. That would be this grill right here. So this is what goes in the chamber and is what keeps stuff from falling out of the chamber into the pump. And I'm not really happy with it. Like, it could have so much more clear area. Like, you could have the same size holes, but have the holes closer together, and it would just work better. So I don't know what they were thinking with this. I'm going to go ahead and put that in first because I want to not be working above the turbo once the turbo is installed. Want to focus? Ta-da. Do you want to expose correctly? I guess the chamber just is that bright. Okay, let's get the let's get this thing cleaned up. Now this thing gets plasma cleaned constantly, so I'm honestly not that worried about hydrocarbons on it because this thing just gets blasted. I'm still going to clean it though, as one does. Did already wipe this thing down pretty extensively when it was in the chamber. And I'm not getting anything off of it, including off the corners where we had the, or off the sides where we had the bolts that seemingly have undergone some form of chemistry. Thanks to the plasma cleaning is our best guess right now. Don't you love plasma cleaner chemistry? Okay, that's our first pass on that. I might just ultrasonic these screws in alcohol, although I'm down to a pretty weak ultrasonic right now. This might still be the fastest method. I've had really bad luck with ultrasonics lately. Let's see here, I got a plastic cup, or I'll just do these in a plastic bag, that'll work well. We won't run the cleaner completely empty, we'll run it a little bit low. Within the fill range, we'll say. That should concentrate whatever remaining power this thing's got. Okay, so, you know, we'll go ahead and pre-wipe these off, because that'll get a lot off. Oh, so much. What is the deal with these? Look at that. That's just from one screw head. Threads are fine. I almost wonder if these things had like something in the, because these are all vented screws. So I almost wonder if there's something down in the hole that was coming out. So filthy. But I don't know if it's hydrocarbon, I don't know if it's oil, I don't know if it's metal. I do probably have the technology to figure this out. I could go throw one of these in the EDS SCM real quick. Put some alcohol in the bag. And let's ultrasonicate. I can see stuff coming off even just with the stuff in the alcohol. That's great. I've seen some ultrasonic tickler. It's barely doing anything. Do I have a Harbor Freight one somewhere? Like, might be better than this thing. How? I don't know how I've managed to just get a series of ultrasonics that are like so near end of life. The fact that they're vented means they're trapping air too, and that's weakening it a lot. Okay, let's see if I got like an old small Harbor Freight one or something. Those really small Harbor Freight ones seem to work out okay. Sorry if the audio is cutting out. I've got a meeting. Whatever this thing's. Decided not to do, I guess. And we'll run this one at minimum level. Concentrate our power the most. Seems to be working slightly better. Put these right over a node. What is that chunk of material in there? Okay, got that set up and running. They die from delamination mostly. I think it's delamination and degradation of the piezo, but I bet that delamination is probably a more common failure mode, if I had to guess. Although, yeah, the pieces probably wear out too, especially when you get the really high hour units. This thing's also barely working. God, monochroma. I need that that one you were gonna bring down. That'd be great. How does this sound on stream, by the way? Okay, well, I think that's... I don't think much longer is going to do very much good, so I think we're going to go ahead and pull these out. Yeah, it's probably not annoying because it's barely working. So we're 3 for 3 on ultrasonic clean. I haven't tried the third one. I already know the third one's down too. New one is coming though. Okay, we'll get clean gloves on for pulling them out of solution. Got the blaster. Giving them a quick rinse. Yeah, they're cleaner than they were before. Still discolored, but way better than they were before. Oh man, even the lid they were in is filthy. That's funny. Okay, I'll put those there. I'll bring this over, give this a quick rinse. And also, sorry for not bringing the cameras over and everything. It's a little bit far over here from where I got the streaming cart set up. And I just wanted to get this done quickly. Okay, give that a little scrub. Now give it a little rinse, and we'll call it good. Well, after the rinse, you gotta blow it off. Influencer backpacks. Is that like a live streaming backpack basically, or what's an influencer backpack? I do want to get wireless cameras. That would be great. That would save a lot of cable complexity. God, the lids on these are so stupid. Just take it off. Ah. Oh, you can actually buy them. Of course they're expensive. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. V-mount, open standard battery wireless transmitter, GoPro, yeah. Okay, let's do fresh gloves and then get this installed in the chamber. Drying the hands off. I already wiped down the air gun, so I'm trying not to grab it with ungloved hands like I would be right now. The air gun sure is convenient for drying hands off, especially because it's some very dry air. Okay, let's get our Allen key for that cleaned up. Is that 3? Yeah. Just getting the Allen key ball in cleaned up so we don't contaminate the inside of the screws we just cleaned. That's nice and clean. Okay, let's wipe the hand that's gonna be handling the clean parts up. Actually, probably going to do right hand for this because we're going to be reaching into the chamber. So we'll just do the parts one at a time, and I'll put the clean room sleeve on so that I don't get my arm all over the stage. Okay, got a clean room arm. Okay, let's get this in. Okay, putting this in the chamber. So that's the recessed groove this goes in down there. See any fibers on this? I don't. Let's put it in. Okay, got it. Does it matter what direction it's clocked in? I mean, it has to be clocked with the holes, but does it matter beyond that? I don't think it does. Okay, that looks good. Let's start getting the screws in. Wow. Reading what MapLabs is doing. Ran a paper through AI, has a section in the paper where he made fun of AI. And you asked it, so, but you explicitly asked it, did you ask it like just make spelling changes, or did you ask it, like what was the prompt here? I'm very curious. That's hilarious though. Had to change it just to... Okay, there's 1 out of 4. Did it put the change it made about AI in bold, or did it politely leave that not highlighted? You know, actually, I could be working through the side right now, so I don't have the load lock on. Look how convenient this is. Way better access. And compared to when I removed these screws, I'm not getting a whole bunch of black residue left all over my hands. Thankfully, it did bold the change, but it doesn't always. Ah, that is. I wonder if using a like an editor for programming might help with that, because then you can be looking at like the diffs. Oh, I didn't blow that last one off. Let me pull that out and blow it off. I mean, I did blow it off. This would be my 3rd time blowing it off, but. Also realize I'm going to be using the other end of the Allen key from what I cleaned off. So let me get that cleaned up. Cleaning job? I think this is a cleaning job well enough done. I mean, the screws aren't back to their original color, but it's a lot of stuff came off and stuff stopped coming off, so the surface is clean, it's just not the same color. So I mean, I could have like individually polished every screw. I don't think that would have made a difference though. Okay, that's cleaned up, or torqued down. I mean, I already cleaned it up. Cleaned up and torqued down. Cool. Let's get the chamber closed back up. Yeah, just one more quick visual. Don't see anything in there. Don't seem like I'm forgetting anything in there. Doesn't look warped. Looks well centered. Cool. Hey, there we go. Cool, okay. So now that we've completed something that wasn't on the list, let's put it on the list. Oh, the isolation bellows have been cleaned, so I can check that off. Okay. Now we turbo pump. Okay, let's get some stuff out of the way. Turbo time. And then we're also going to need the lab jack, which is on the other side. And let's actually get the camera set up. We're getting back inside of the microscope. Okay, so it is bellows time. So we got our electrically insulating O-ring. Before that, I'm gonna Okay, let's, okay, so order of operations. We'll get our O-ring cleaned up. We'll check our flange, we'll blow that out one last time. Do I want to blow this out first, or do I want to do the O-ring first? I think we'll do the O-ring first. These are kind of nice to handle because they got like this big red like handle on them. So I like that. So for those of you who are just joining the stream, we are getting ready to get the turbo pump hung under the microscope. So this right here is the bellows, the vibration isolation bellows for the pump. So that's pump goes on the bottom, top of it gets mounted to the manifold that we hung earlier, or I guess 2 streams ago. And so right now I am cleaning up kind of a special type of O-ring. I'll give you a close-up of how these are constructed because they are, I think they're pretty cool. So this is the O-ring. So it's got this red shell around it. And this red shell is in 2 pieces and you can split it in half. Kind of see that there. Yeah, so that splits in half. So what it's doing is there's a groove in the edge of this green O-ring here. And the red plastic is grabbing onto that groove and that keeps the O-ring from being pulled inwards by the vacuum. So a lot of O-rings you have to have, or in fact you got to have a centering ring, which is like a metal ring that goes inside the vacuum and pushes out on the O-ring. In this case, we've got this plastic that's doing the job, except it's doing the job from the outside and it's like holding the O-ring out instead of pushing the O-ring out. And we're using this plastic O-ring here because the bellows and the turbo pump is electrically isolated from the rest of the microscope so that any stray current in the pump, like it's like induced into the pump, goes directly to ground instead of flowing through the rest of the microscope and making a really big circuit or source of EMF. So I got this cleaned up. This is going to go on top of these bellows. So I'm going to get that foil kind of ready to come off. It's going to go like that. And this whole thing's going to get bolted on underneath the microscope. That's why we got the camera pointed under the scope. So then once you get the isolation bellows installed, we can go ahead and get the turbo pump installed on them. Okay, blowing out the bellows one last time. Okay, those look good. Put our foil back on the bottom. Yeah, we'll blow it out one more time. Okay, do I have the socket for that set up? I don't think so. I think that's a 17. I got 13 on right now. Okay, there's our 17 millimeter socket. I'll take one of the extensions off because we don't need both extensions. And then I will also need the wrench because it's 17 on both sides, I believe. I like it when they do 17 on one side and then like one side's down or up on the other, but you know, I get it. Oh, you think you can just see the EMF from the 5G. Interesting. Did the effect on the studio microphone go away after you put it in the Faraday? Okay, I got 3 of my clamps, and the 4th one is right there, so we'll get these pre-staged down here for me. I'm gonna want these on the right side here, I think. I'm trying to remember what my ground orientation was. Okay, yep, it was facing forwards. That's what I thought. Got to get a spectrum analyzer and see what's going on. That's annoying though, that it's that much EMF. Don't like that. I think you can report that to FCC actually. Especially if it's like new interference. That's they care about that a lot. Come on, take me back to the stream I have going. There we go. Okay, so do I want to do these with the jack, or do I want to do these and do this with just by hand? How does this feel? This is not that bad. I'm really tempted to do this by hand because of how tall it would be with the jack. Actually, I think the jack is tall enough though, so we'll go ahead and do it with the jack. It's going to be a probably safer choice. See if I can tuck this up out of the way. Yep, cool. Okay, we'll drop this foil. We'll investigate that. Okay, yeah, we'll wipe that off. Oh, actually, no, it's just some dust, so we're just gonna blow that off. Okay, that's blown off. Okay, that's blown off. Although we're just going to place our O-ring on it first. There's one fiber on this O-ring that was caught in the red plastic part. So pulled that out. And it wasn't actually like on the O-ring, it was caught next to the O-ring, but it's like if I blow it again, it could flap around and I wouldn't have been able to, or if I didn't check, I wouldn't know that it had flipped over. So went ahead and removed that. Oh, there's another one like that. Okay, got that one out. Cool. Let's get that on. The orientation of this ring is going to matter. Well, not really, because I can put the clamps wherever I want, actually. Let's check our cleanliness one last time. Ah, there's a fiber. Okay, I want to blow that whole thing off one more time. Okay, let's get this up before any more dust falls. gonna go right before it really touches firmly. I guess we're really not going to be able to use the socket on this because the counterweight is right here. Okay, let's just feel how balanced we are. I guess you have to put this one, oh, okay. Okay, so I guess you gotta take the bottom part off and slide it over. How do you get this in? So the challenge I'm having is getting this one where it should be. So I'm gonna rotate the centering ring slightly. Okay, now I got that in. Now that I got that in, I can't get the bottom part on. Okay, great. Okay, so the centering ring shifted out of place. Oh, I guess the whole bellows did. So I'm no longer completely confident. No, it really shifted there. I'm no longer completely confident in its cleanliness. So we are going to lower it back down and double check all that. Sure, I'm not getting caught by anything. Yeah, there's a speck, but it's not. Wasn't somewhere that mattered, but rather not have a speck, you know. Okay, attempt number 2. We're gonna rotate the centering, or well, O-ring. I don't really think of this, not exactly a centering ring, but kind of does the job of one. We're gonna have that rotated differently so that we don't run into the same clamp issue we did last time. Trying to solve that clamp issue is what shifted everything around while we are doing it a second time. Oh wow, it was really poorly centered last time actually. Interesting. Like it was really far forward is what it looks like. I was kind of wondering, I wonder what the centering mechanism is. Is it just the clamps? And it turns out there really wasn't a good centering mechanism is what was going on. So I'm just doing it, I'm just centering it by feel. Okay, I got it clamped on. Am I happy with the centering? We're a little bit forwards, but I don't mind that. I'm gonna say a little bit, I mean like millimeter tops, more likely half a millimeter. I don't mind that though, because that's where the O-ring was, and there is like a mark from the O-ring on the metal, so I'd rather be right on that mark than not. I do think I want to come this way towards me some. I do, yeah, okay, we're gonna lower just a little bit, just enough to get a little bit of tension off of it. Okay, I think that was the move I wanted. I can visually confirm the O-ring is indeed on the metal everywhere. Yep, and gotta check opposite sides, so we'll come to this side. Yep, cool. Yep, we're better centered than it was. Okay, drove the lab jack up into it. So that's going to hold it in place for us. And we put our electrically isolating clamps on. Make sure the clamps are seated properly. The two that are installed so far are. I guess the other way I could have solved my clamp clearance issue before, where I couldn't get the bottom clamp on after I got the top half into place. So I could have pulled the whole weight off, but that doesn't seem very much fun, especially when it's not actually clamped on. We're a little bit overexposed. I can fix that. Okay. So there's like a V groove here. I'll show the camera real quick. So you got the red part, right? And the red part sticks out at the points where you put the clamps on. The red part does stick out like a little bit. So where the red part is, there's that, you see that V groove in the middle of the clamp? So that basically sandwiches the red part and pushes it to where it should be. Can't really see like a mark on this from where the red plastic part is making contact, but I'm imagining that as this like clamps together, basically, that does a pretty good job centering that if it needs to be centered. It didn't feel like there was much motion when I was putting these on. I didn't feel like the red part was interfering with it, so I imagine I just got the red part centered enough that didn't really matter. So that's good. Cool, so we'll get the last of our clamps on, we'll get all these torqued, we'll drop the lab jack down, and then it's time to bring the turbo in. Well, time to check the list after that. I think it is time to bring the turbo in after that. Okay, all of these are on and seated properly. Yep, cool. Okay, let's get our wrenches. We're gonna do the two 17mm wrenches, because we can't really use the socket. I mean, well, I guess we kind of can. We're not going to use the socket. I have these in my hand. Okay, so it's gonna have to be this one on top, because I can't really get this one off the bottom one. And I'm being careful to not turn the wrench into the bellows and damage the bellows. Okay, these do have a positive feeling when they bottom out, so we're just going to go to that. Okay, I got 3 of them bottomed out. Or by bottomed out, I mean you just start, instead of compressing the O-ring, you're up against some type of stop. And once you're there, you know, going tighter is not going to really help you, so. There we go. Cool. Okay, let's check the checklist. I think there's a certain order I have to install the ground in, if I recall. Yep, ground cable's next. Ooh, spicy, Math Labs. Petroleum, no way. Okay, we need the Allen keys down there. Possibly one of the ones I already have out, unless I put it away already. I've not put it away already. Oh, very interesting. I can't wait to see how this goes. Love some good white paper drama. Okay, so can I do the ground cable while the lab jack is up? If I can, that would be my preference. And it looks like I might be able to. Is this a lock washer's top and bottom arrangement? Ah, okay, I see what they did. Oh, before we do that though, I thought this was on the checklist. I need to check the ground ice or the electrical isolation to make sure that the but many will know who it is. That's always the that's always a good type of paper. Okay, so using a multimeter here real quick, let me add this to the checklist. I want to make sure this is done next time. I really thought this was. Yeah, okay, so I have installed ground cable, but then I have test ground isolation down here. And that's the wrong order, because if I've installed the ground cable, I can't test the ground isolation. And it's not between the turbo and the bellows. It's between the bellows, between bellows and the chamber. Okay, so that's a better order for this now. Well, now I'm really excited to see this paper. Okay. Let's see here. Where I need to charge some things. Change a cable. Well, no, I got another cable here that can do it. Okay. Testing ground isolation. Probes are good. There is a short. I know what it is. It's the lab jack. I was like, why did it fail? Because the lab jack was touching. Okay, we are open circuit. That is what we want to see. Okay, now that we've verified that, we can go ahead and bring the lab jack back up so that this is better supported while releasing the ground. Or not releasing the ground, installing the ground. Let's get this cable in. Okay, ground cable is on. So we have tested the isolation and we have installed the ground cable. Okay, inspect turbo pump outlet. Cool, that'll be pretty quick. Okay. see here. Okay, turbo pump. Looking forward to this. Okay, so first thing on the pump is inspect the outlet. So let's pull this KF clamp off. We'll wipe that out just a little bit. No, my light is telling me it is low on power. Put its lowest setting. Okay, there is a few chunks of metal in the O-ring groove on here. I don't want to blow those out. I'm going to vacuum those out. Okay, that looks good. And what I was checking for on the outlet was any sign of metal flakes, and I did not see anything on the outlet, so I'm going to take that as a good sign. Check it out one more time just to be sure. Not seeing anything. I like that. Well, welcome to the stream. Those of you who just joined, we've got this turbomolecular pump right here. We're just doing a little bit of cleanup on some of the vacuum connections on it real quick. And then we are mounting it to the microscope. Gonna wipe this flange off one more time. And then we got to put the O-ring in the top of it. Cool. Okay, time to clean the gloves up, to clean the O-ring up. And then we're going to get it mounted. Okay, gloves are blown off. We're going to do left hand's going to be handling the O-ring, so we'll dust that hand off. Okay, just about finished wiping on this one. Yeah, I got some rubber on it, so we'll do another round of wiping. A lot more rubber, so more wiping. Didn't really think I would get this much rubber off this one. It's slowing down. It's not done yet, though. Okay, that finally stopped coming off. So we'll do one more clean wipe. Cool. Let's get that blown off, get that installed. Okay, that's cleaned up. Blast the groove one time. I just want to say I was keeping the blow-off tool completely in the groove and the rotor never turned. I don't want to spin the pump up with compressed air. Okay, let's put the O-ring in the pump. That is the sound of cleanliness. It's better than the smell of Mr. Clean. Okay, so pump's got its O-ring. Pump outlet's been inspected. So we're at install turbo pump. Let's do it. Okay, so that is mounted and torqued, so we can drop this down now. Was it the compressed air like that? Was cleaning the O-ring that time different than other times I've been cleaning O-rings? Okay, let's, so the pump is like ready to go. Yeah, pump is ready to go. I need to install the flange. And then after I install the flange, I'll make sure that's clean. Because installing the flange might introduce some contaminant, because the way this works is kind of interesting. So there's this like spring piece here, and that goes into this groove right here. And then, but first you got to put this piece on, because this rests on this spring, like so. And then getting the spring down to the right diameter is a little bit interesting. Okay. It's one of those cases that you gotta kind of have it good everywhere all at once. You can use the flange to help. And I can start at one end of the spring. And then as you put the spring more into the groove, you can bring the flange down more. But usually it takes me a few tries. It's like you can hold the spring in real easy with your hands, but if your hands are there, you can't get the flange on. Come on. Okay. So I got two ends of the spring kind of underneath the flange. I should be able to push this on the rest of the way. There we go. We are on. Okay. So I put the two ends of the spring under one side of the flange and then basically pushed on this end to push it towards the open end of the spring, and that did a good job. Okay. Let's, I think, yeah, I did already wipe this with ethanol. So it should be good just to do compressed air on it. And then bring the turbo over. Isn't that exciting? Now that flashlight's down. Okay, let's get it back up one. Okay, let's... Okay, we got that in. I need another flashlight. Where's my big hexagon one? That got used for something. I could just bring in one of the big lights down there. That would actually work out quite well. Yeah, we'll use one of the big lights. That will work quite well. Oh, there we go. Does that have a battery in it? It does. It's goofy, but it'll work. Pew. Okay. So we're going to inspect the flange for dust, then we're going to bring the turbo down. Okay. Okay. Bring the turbo down. Let's put a clean thing on the outlet first. Okay, got some clean foil on the outlet. Pump time, turbo pump time. That's nice and stable there, so that's a good place to pull the foil. Give it a quick inspection. Looks pretty dust-free to me. Okay, there is one speck I don't like on this side of the flange. Got him. Okay, that's good. This side looks good. Let's do it. Wow, I even had the upper flange perfectly lined up. I wasn't really trying to do that. I thought I'd have to adjust it, but got it on, okay. Okay, O-ring is in contact. How are we feeling about this chat? You think we got it all right? Anybody got any concerns, ideas, comments, questions? Always love other people checking my work. Okay, so I got the bellows compressed just a little bit as a treat. Make sure I'm happy with where this tube is pointing. I am. Cool. Let's get those bolts in. And if you all think of anything I'm missing, let me know. Oh, I woke you up? I'm sorry. I gotta manage the audio better. That's tempting, actually. We'll be looking into that. Okay. What's my checklist say? Does my checklist say anything? Install turbo pump. Okay, that's what we're doing. So what size are these? Well, are these the size of the small wrench I have? That'd be cool. They are. So these are 13 millimeter, and what's the Allen key size on them? 13 millimeter and a 6 millimeter Allen key. Cool. Let's get down here. Okay. And then it's the Allen goes on the bottom because you can't really get the bolt through the top. Make sure my spring thing is installed properly still. It looks like it. Cool. Okay. Okay. So welcome back to the stream, Gene. Sorry to have woken you like that. I think once I get these bolts in, I'm going to go ahead and lower the pump so I take some pressure off of the O-ring so I can kind of slide it around to center it better. because I can kind of feel that the pump is further that way than I would like it to be. I'll tell you what, these foam mats, absolute game changer for working under a microscope like this. This is so much more comfortable than it would be otherwise. And it's a lot easier to do a good job when you're comfortable. Okay. Okay, so yeah, still not really centered like I would like, but I think that's because I got pressure on it. So, got all 4 of these on loose, or well, finger tight. So now we'll go ahead and lower our lab jack. So now that we're suspended, even suspended, I can't get it centered better. Why is that? Oh, okay, there we go. No, I can't. I just wasn't pushing hard enough. Okay, cool. Now we're centered. Yeah, a little bit more that way, a little bit more that way. Okay. Oh, it does adjust the set point. Okay, that's cool. So you can just put it into low speed and it still reports that it's at velocity, because I guess you're just changing the target velocity, so. Okay, so I got the pump lined up. Now it's just time to tighten some things up. We'll go ahead and bring the lab jack up again for this, just so we can take some of the torque off of the isolation bellows. So we're going around, just tighten each one a bit, so we're kind of compressing the O-ring evenly. Oh, I also have to add to the list to connect the roughing line. Okay, we are touching metal on that one. Touching metal there. Our metal is touching. It's been compressed until the flanges are touching. Okay, compressed till touching. Okay, compressed until touching. Okay, compressed until touching. Or I mean, it's, well, it was already touching, but we're just going around checking it now that everything's kind of fully torqued. Things might have shrunken down a little bit. Okay, that's good. And that's good. Well, chat, guess what? Where is the camera? It's looking at me. Guess what, chat? Turbo's mounted. We did it, chat. Oh, we did it. Okay. Well, might as well reattach the... we'll go ahead and leave that off for now. Just because we got to put the roughing line on still, and I will take fewer things in the way than more things in the way. Okay, so I need to add roughing line to the list, turbo pump, electrical connection, and the water lines all need to be added to the list. Cool. What do you mean nothing left to check? Did I just say we have things? Roughing lines, water lines, other things. Other things? What other things? Turbo pump electrical or power. Air line. You mean the vent line? Oh, we have to install the cold cathode. Okay, so we've checked off some stuff. I also just added a whole bunch of stuff. I could keep going, or I could call the stream here, and both are very tempting. Very, very tempting. The thing I really wanted to get to was the turbo pump. And we did that. It's been installed. Honestly, I probably want to clean the roughing and fitting. Oh, no, they actually are clean. They seem to be blown off, so that'd be pretty fast. We're not going to get to the cold cathode gauge tonight. That's going to be like a whole little project, I believe. And by whole little project, I mean I have to open the gauge and wipe it out. That's pretty much, that's like preventative maintenance stuff. So that's very routine. I might do a short stream just for that. So I kind of have one unit of information about this is how you deal with a cold cathode gauge. However, I think that doing the rest of the turbo pump is not at all unreasonable. So I think I'm going to get set up to do that real quick. What do you think, chat? Shall we put the roughing line on? Drying the hands off so that the gloves are not super sticky. Yee, roughing line, yee. Okay, that's all I need to hear. Yee. Y'all help me make such great choices. I think this is a good choice. Let's get everything relating to the turbo done. Okay, so I got 3 O-rings, 3 centering rings. They just need to be blown off. And I got 2 elbows. Those also just need to be blown off. Am I correct, monochroma? These just need to be blown off? I'm going to go ahead and open up the other end of that line so that I can blow that out. If they've just been sitting out, then the dust is all I'm concerned about. Allow me to play you the song of my people. And interestingly enough, unlike the 90-degree fittings, there's no visible oil in this part. So I don't know what was going on that we got visible oil in just the 90-degree fittings, but something goofy was happening. Something exceptionally goofy. Okay. Clean the gloves up, so let's get the, let's see, am I on camera? Yep, I am. Okay, let's get the O-rings cleaned up. By the way, Gene, whenever you hear this, I think you might be a little bit behind live. Just if you want to skip ahead, it seems like you might be responding to some stuff in the past. I have a laminar flow hood on a stainless steel cart that I can work under, and there is a, what is it? Is it 0.1 micron filter, like on the air distribution system here? I think it's 0.1. But yeah, I can, when we get to the column work, the laminar flow cart will be rolling out for sure. Okay, visually inspecting each one before it gets assembled. Okay, I think I've got the clamp in what will end up being the most comfortable orientation if I have to remove it while it's down there. So what was weird is that it was the centering rings that were the most oily, and it was the part of the centering ring that wasn't in the clamp. Like you'd look around the 90, and it was like the oil came from the centering ring. Like, I think that somebody used like an oily centering ring in it, is my working theory right now, because it just like it. The oil splatters didn't make any sense any other way. It was very strange. Okay, the clamp did not end up in the orientation I wanted it to. I mean, it seems like you're like minutes behind, but I completely understand at 4 a.m. too. I'm not talking about a few seconds, if that makes sense. Okay, let's get this contraption mounted to the pump. Oh, they ended up not quite 90. Okay, let's split it open one more time and rotate it a little bit. Okay, third time's the charm. Okay, so this right here is the outlet of the turbo pump. Give that a quick blow off. Well, let's just take a look at it first. Yeah, quick blow off. Okay, almost got this one done. That's plenty tight enough. Okay, so this actually ended up being a little bit loose on the turbo. So let's see here. If I point that straight, that's like down here actually. Okay, so we need to rotate this down some. And by some, I mean a fair amount. So when the roughing line comes in, it points basically there. And that's a little bit lower, so I need to rotate this down. And the whole thing goes up slightly. Well, no, the turbo pump's in position right now, so. Okay, so really I need to adjust where this is mounted a little bit. Bring it forward or back some. We do want it a little bit in the air because this whole thing will kind of drop some. Okay, that's pretty good right there, I think. That's really good, actually. Cool. Okay, so let's get our last centering in. Got to find the other clamp. So what I was doing is the roughing line is mounted in that kind of, it's just O-rings actually. See those O-rings the line's mounted in? So I was moving it that way because it was sticking in too far. So now I've got it so that it's, so now I've got it so that where it sits is right at the elbow with no tension. The stream is usually only 10 seconds of latency, or less. I have it set to low latency right now. If I had set to ultra low latency, it would be as low as like 3 seconds, but we're a little bit longer than 3. So I'd say between 3 and 10 seconds. You can watch when your comment appears in the stream, and that'll give you a sense of what your latency is. Just cleaning up one of the last O-rings here. And 100% visual inspection. Okay, a little speck on the bottom there. There we go, cool. I need to get closer to these ones to be able to see what's going on. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Let's make that last connection. You don't need a tool to tighten KF, really. Like, I mean, you just don't need one. However, when I'm doing a lot of them, I like to use something just because it's a little bit less fatiguing. Or when I end up having to do the first one 3 times to get the angle correct. Okay, roughing line is in. Let's do, yeah, so you can try refreshing the window or opening it up in a new tab. Let me just check it on my end. See if I have a latency issue or anything. Wave. Yeah, I got about, I counted 9 seconds just now. Okay. I didn't check the box off. Okay, turbo water lines, turbo power. I think these are the last two things that we're going to be doing tonight. We said we're going to leave cold cathode for its own, maybe its own stream, or maybe just the start of a stream. Okay, what do I need for this? I need, you know, I'm actually not going to hook up power. I am going to go ahead and install the communications, but I don't want the pump turning on the first time I power up. So for now, we are just going to pop this port in, and power does get connected to this eventually. Yeah, oh, also Spirit. Another one of my friends did, I'm calling this now, on a Sigma, which is a very vibration sensitive microscope because of terrible stage problems, did experiment with the low power mode on the Pfeiffer turbos, and it did improve the situation, but did not eliminate the issues completely. But it did make it better. That was like what? I think that was like 2 years ago. Something about installing this on the controller brought it back to me. Okay, so power is right here when I want it. I don't want it right now. But that's connected, so that's good. So now it's just water lines. Well, now's a good time to get any final comments or questions in the chat, because we are wrapping this thing up here pretty shortly. Yeah, I was wondering about if it was going to work with the digital communication or not, but worth a shot. I'm trying to remember what he did. Just want to check the O-rings before I commit. Oh, there's a little bit more buildup in here. Interesting. It's not bad at all, but it's distinctly more than there was in the optics drivers that I checked. Wonder why that is. Not bad though. I've seen much worse, but this thing should be flushed. Okay, water lines are on and torqued. Good stuff. Okay, let's lower the lab jack. See how we hang. Oh yeah, it's not being pushed any one way really. It's just right in the middle. Love to see it. Okay. I think that's what we're gonna call it for tonight. It's, turbo's like back on. Everything we took apart, with the exception of the cold cathode gauge and the vent valve, which is attached to the cold cathode gauge, has been reinstalled. So I am quite pleased with that. So anybody got any final comments, questions, thoughts, ideas, or anything? Now is a great time to put them in the chat because we are wrapping this stream up. Hey, 10 seconds now. Congrats on getting up to speed right at the end of the stream. Just going through and checking on my foil for parts. Would that work, putting an ion column on this one? I mean, you could do it. The question is, does the stage tilt the way you want it to? I don't think it does. So you'd probably want to use the load lock port, right? I think it's the only port big enough for an ion column. Well, okay, there's some ports you could almost sort of mount an ion column on. Yeah, so stage tilts to the left. So you want to put the ion column on the left side of the chamber, which is also where the detector is. And if you had a particularly skinny ion column, you could do it. The other side's got detector at like, so if the stage is 6 o'clock and like stage is 6 o'clock and back of the chamber is 12 o'clock, then there's the secondary electron detector at like 10, 11 o'clock, somewhere in there. And then there's 2 ports at 9 o'clock. One high, one 90 degrees from the stage. So the high one, it's a little bit small, but it's probably, you could, I don't know, somebody probably sells an ion column that would fit. Kind of resetting the studio here a bit, and then we'll wrap the stream up. And good timing too, because the camera battery is running out, the microphone battery is running out. It's all running out. Why is one side of this tripod short? What's going on? Okay. Let's get this tripod out of here. See here, is that a DeWalt? That is a DeWalt socket, so we'll put the socket set away. It's a good one to put away. I thought I had another extension out somewhere, unless I just left it in the kit. Yeah, I just left it in the kit, okay. Okay, 17, 13. Missing 7/16. Just realized that. Interesting. Okay, what is chat up to? Long stream, good stream. Yeah. You sound like Steam isn't running out. Well, I mean, you know, maybe I could keep going, but it's a good stopping point. Stream motivated me to mod the fan voltage of the keynet so that it no longer screams. And now the full run is postponed one more day until the step down arrives. What did I do to motivate that? Just talk about microscopes vibrating, or the sound of the blowing screaming into the microphone? Okay, where is the 6mm Allen key? There it is, in the tool bin. Not a bad place for it. Not the right spot for it if it's not in the Allen key set, but. I left the alcohol in the ultrasonic. Let me take care of that. Okay, ultrasonic's drained. There's some stuff to wipe out of there. Let's take care of that real quick while it's still wet. Okay, ultrasonic's been wiped out. And throw some foil on the, why? Okay, thank you for focusing as soon as I walk in the room. This foil is so shiny. This is not UHV foil or anything. This is just the most generic lab foil that Fisher sells, apparently. But it is very shiny compared to like Reynolds wrap. Okay, you said yes, but I don't know what you said yes to, Spirit. All the maintenance and vibration talk, yeah. Fans and SCMs, like, oh man. It's like cooling's important, but vibrations are also important. It's, I mean, you understand pretty quickly how people arrive at water cooling. Oh, I do have one more connect. Okay, I'll just put this back together real quick back here. Oh man, there's huge fibers in this O-ring, and I can see marks where like the fibers were on the face of the KF. Just write that down real quick. Okay, I put that down for a thing to do next time. I'm just going to lightly put the clamp back together for now. Because if I'm finding fibers on this one, then I'm probably going to find fibers on other ones too. Okay, torque just enough. No, it's probably torqued the right amount anyways. Okay. Led a furry life. Yes, exactly. It's a furry O-ring. Has a tail and everything. Okay. Well, chat, it was great having you on stream. Do I have one that just has... R6 in chat? Here, let me do that real quick. Let me make a new scene. Okay, there you go. We got the jankiest possible chat and R6. What could go wrong? Okay. Well, we're pretty much wrapping the stream up here. It's been lovely having y'all. Let's see here. You're welcome for being captivating. I'm not sure I'm doing good things to your sleep, and I'm sorry about that, but you know. It'd be fine if you're in Europe, right? So, cool. Well, I think with that, I'm going to wish you all a lovely evening. And I will see you all next time. Bye. Where's the button I pressed? There's one of them. Bye.